Good evening, everyone. Mayor Cowan, may I proceed to call the meeting to order?
Yes, please.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code of the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on March 4th, 2025 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Mayor Cowan, may I proceed with the roll call?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor John Cowan Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Tino Villarreal,
Present.
Commissioner Brian L. Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Roy De Los Santos,
Present.
Commissioner Rose Gowen, Commissioner Linda Macias,
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas.
Present.
The invocation will be led by Carlos Navarro with the Iglesia Bautista, West Brownsville, and following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Commissioners, Father in heaven, we come to you. We're so proud to call you our God, the God of our nation, the God of our city. Thank you for this very special selected group of officials that represent you. They've been elected by the city of Brownsville, but they've been selected by you. We ask you for a blessing upon them, give them wisdom, and for all the decisions that will be made today. Not only we call Brownsville in the future days a beautiful city of Brownsville, a peaceful city of Brownsville, but soon to be named a prosperous city of Brownsville. So we ask you for a blessing upon each one of you here today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
To the flag of the States of America. The Texas flag, pledge allegiance to thee. One. Now we will enter the public comment period. We have received 5 pre-registered, starting with Section 226, meetings and agendas. Public input during meetings is to conduct one, which says A, is the conversation between and among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones, that attendees must refrain from the operation and use of cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and t-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc., is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and city commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. We'll start with the first pre-registered, which is Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I'm going to talk about Donald Trump, if you don't mind. Look, in the Roman Empire time, there was no such a thing like citizenship by birthright. According to the movie, only the gladiators become Romans. I once came here, if you remember, and I said that not because you born in America, that make you American. It's not a matter of syntaxes or semantics. It's plain word. Take, for example, Los Tejanos. A close example, by the way. Tejanos are Mexicans born in Mexico and U.S. residents. Those are the Tejanos. And they don't want to be Americans. They don't know the American culture either. They hate America for that matter. Corridos tumbados, El Charro Parade. Puerto Ricans also have large parades. And the Irish people had one even greater. And they all fly their own flags. They all sing their own national anthems. At school, children are demanded to honor these flags, to worship these national anthems. This type of diversity is what destroyed Rome. The barbarians come across the border and destroy the empire. So don't blame Donald Trump for trying to stop the barbarians, the toxic people coming to this country. Let me tell you something that you don't understand. What you don't understand is what Donald Trump is doing. What Donald Trump is doing, he is conducting a cleansing, like the cleansing in Rwanda with the Hutus, or the cleansing in Bosnia with the Serbians. That's what Donald Trump is doing. He's cleaning the country. The Democrats, the neoliberals, the liberals, the progressives, they all hate Donald Trump. And they've been telling these refugees, these migrants, that America is evil and it had to be destroyed. So how come these niggas want to be in America if they don't want to be Americans? That's what I said. And now Donald Trump is saying, not because you're born in America, that make you American. No way, Jose. Thank you very much.
The next member is Jeremo Vasquez. Jeremo Vasquez? Yes, come on.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes para todos. Mi nombre es Guillermo Vázquez y me acompañan ahorita los maestros de la clase de pintura del Museo de Bronzeville, que está recién cerrado. Ya es la segunda vez que me presento aquí. Yo vengo a pedir que nos permitan tomar clases en el museo. Que nos permitan tomar clases en el museo y que nos agenden una cita para externarles nuestras necesidades, qué es lo que necesitamos nosotros, que la ciudad sepa, para que puedan ayudarnos a nosotros en esto. Estamos sufriendo porque no perdimos nomás un lugar de trabajo, perdimos nuestro hogar, ¿sí? Porque somos una hermandad lo que estamos ahí, ¿sí? Mis maestras, 27 años dando clases gratis, sin paga, por amor al arte, a la ciudad, ¿sí? No cualquier ciudad puede presumir de eso. Y creo que no merecemos estar en esa situación, ¿sí? Una tradición de casi 90 años, ¿sí? Que empezaron un grupo de artistas a formar este gran proyecto, ¿sí? Que pone en alto el nombre de Bronzeville. No hay nada internacional más que tenemos un concurso internacional de pintura internacional. En ninguna otra parte lo tienen, ¿sí? Y todo eso está a punto de perderse, ¿sí? Entonces, por eso estamos aquí, pero haciendo una petición del corazón, ¿sí? Este es un acto de voluntad, no es un acto de ver resultados, si nos conviene, si a la ciudad le conviene, si da resultados o no. Esto no es una cuestión de la razón, esto es un acto de humanidad, ¿sí? Y de consideración a la gente, a la que estamos necesitados y que estamos indefensos, ¿sí? Estamos indefensos, necesitamos que nos den una junta para poder proponer qué es lo que necesitamos nosotros. Nosotros queremos nuestro hogar, porque es nuestro hogar. No perdimos un edificio. Perdimos un edificio. Les suplicamos que consideren esto, ¿sí? Y no lo van a, y verlo desde un punto de vista de ayuda al prójimo, ¿sí? No va a haber ganancia en esto. La ganancia que van a tener es cuando platiquen con sus hijos o con sus papás lo que hicieron. Miren, ayudamos a esta gente necesitada, a esta gente mayor. Esa es la ganancia que van a tener. La sonrisa que va a tener esa persona cuando le platiquen eso, ¿sí? Entonces, necesitamos que nos den el tiempo, les suplicamos que nos den para una junta para explicarles qué es lo que necesitamos. ¿Sí? Ya nos prestaron un edificio ahí en el centro, de una galería, nos mandaron a la biblioteca de la central, ahorita en las Almos, cruzamos de un lado de la ciudad a otro, ya somos gente mayor ahí, la mayoría, o sea, batallamos, no podemos andar así como esto. Sí, creo que mis maestras necesitan, no sé, más consideración en eso. O sea, son 27 años, se dicen fácil. ¿Sí? 27 años. Y se va a perder una tradición, no seamos parte de esta administración, de que se perdió esa tradición que tenemos, que no la tienen en la ciudad. Hay que poner primero el nombre de Bronzeville. No es nada personal de nadie, ni del mayor, ni mía, ni del grupo, no. Es la ciudad de Bronzeville.
Muchas gracias, señor Vázquez.
Es algo que no se puede perder.
Gracias
¿Sí?
por sus
Entonces les pedimos
comentarios.
que por favor nos agenden una cita, no les quitamos 20 minutos para que nos puedan dar la...
Gracias, señor.
The next member we have registered is Jesus Amabete Jr.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I come today with a concern. I live in the Dubate subdivision. Our neighborhood is a magnet for in-tow vehicles. They are like a plague that starts off small and becomes an epidemic. There are two areas in our neighborhood where our in-tow vehicles are using these areas for their business. One of the areas is a piece of land owned by the B&M Bridge, and the other area is behind what used to be the old Family Dollar out in Amigo Land. The problem in our neighborhood is that it is a residential neighborhood and not a commercial area. These in-tow vehicles are speeding through our neighborhood. They're going in the wrong direction. They're going against traffic. They're littering our neighborhood with all kinds of trash, tires, car parts, and all. If I get an opportunity to show you a picture, I don't know if it's possible, I have it on my phone.
You can deal with staff after.
Okay. And so continuing, these in-tow vehicles, like I said, are speeding through our neighborhood. They're conducting business at all hours of the day and night. They have loud music going on throughout the day. They are jumping our curbs in areas where they're not supposed to. I believe the solution to our problem is a cable of these two areas so that they do not come in through our neighborhood to conduct business. These in-tow vehicles go to different places in order not to pay fees at parking lots before they can take those vehicles across. So I've already called Commissioner Martinez, never got a response back. But I would like somebody, when you see my pictures, if you don't see them, for somebody to go out there and see the kind of problem that we're having. And I can show you, like I said, how do I do it?
So
Okay.
you can leave your information with staff and we'll get back to you.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Yeah, no, we can't talk about it during public comment. That's not, it's against the rules. You can show them.
No. Okay. I'm sorry.
Just leave your contact info and then we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Oh, somebody will get
Yes,
back with me.
yes, sir.
Because I've called the
I-
city.
Just leave I'll get back to you.
Are my 3 minutes up, sir?
Yes.
Okay. As much as I can.
Okay, moving on to the next citizen, which is Victor Cavazos.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Victor Cavazos. I'd like to start off by introducing myself. I was born and
Can you
raised.
speak into your mic, please?
I was born and raised here in Bronzeville. I am a veteran. I am also one of the founders of Team Bronzeville. So I want to thank Bronzeville because Bronzeville really has been a very hospitable city. What Bronzeville has done, it really has been an awesome thing. I'm also one of the directors and founders of the sidewalk school. So I want to make sure that that relationship that we have with the migrant community continues, that we don't fall into this friendship with Elon Musk and end up in a position where he's giving Nazi salutes and we're still praising him for having a launch. That has a lot to say. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next speaker is Felicia Samparano.
Hi, everyone. My name is Felicia Sampanaro, and I want to speak about the overwhelming presence of law enforcement in Brownsville, Texas. I am a Black woman, which means I am a descendant of slaves, yet I have been stopped. Here in the city where I live, I feel very harassed. I feel intimidated. But let's talk about one stop in particular recently that happened to me while my minor son was in the car. So the officer wouldn't even tell me why he stopped me for the first 3 to 5 minutes. And then when I went ahead and told him I'm Black, he checked my ID and then told me why he stopped me. I was driving in a passing lane. This interaction lasted almost 15 minutes with my child in the car. He then inquired about my son. I told him he's Black too. I'm his biological mother. Then he said, well, then y'all can go. There needs to be something done about that. I feel harassed and intimidated. I live in this city. I've lived here for 14 years. My child is raised here, but yet when we go outside of our house, me and my child get harassed because we're brown. If I was not a Black woman, that conversation with that officer would have gone very differently, and I know that. And my son would have been involved if he was not a Black man as well. Thank you.
And that concludes the public comment period. We will move on to the proclamations. The first proclamation is recognizing Social Services Month.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to accept the proclamation? Please step forward. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizes and supports Social Work Month 2025. Whereas people have entered the social work profession for generations because they genuinely care about helping improve the welfare of people, families, communities, and our nation. And whereas this year's Social Work Month theme, Social Work, Compassion, and Action, embodies the fact that social workers go through years of education and training, so they have the skills and expertise to transform their care for others into action that brings positive results. And whereas social workers have helped this nation live up to its values by successfully advocating for equal rights for all people, no matter their race, sexual identity, gender expression, culture, or religion. And whereas social workers follow a code of ethics, which sets as the primary mission of the social work profession the enhancement of human well-being and meeting the basic needs of all people, with particular attention to the needs and empowerment of those who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. And whereas the social work profession is one of the fastest growing professions in the United States, with more than 800,000 people expected to be employed as social workers by 2033. And whereas social workers are one of the largest groups of mental health care providers in the United States and are pressing for a social work interstate licensing compact that will improve mental health care delivery in our nation. And whereas research proves the presence of social workers in schools, hospitals, and assisted living facilities improve education and health outcomes and quality of life for students, patients, and residents. And whereas UTRGV School of Social Work was established in 2018 as an independent school and is the only institution to offer counsel on social work education, accredited programs leading to both the Bachelor of Social Work degree and the Master of Science in Social Work degree south of San Antonio. And whereas the UTRGV SSW is committed in preparing social workers to meet the needs of a binational and multicultural community and to increasingly make an impact on the national stage. The educational emphasis is on social work practice with Hispanic, Latino, Latinx individuals and communities, and with other diverse communities, considering multicultural competence, ethical practice, knowledge building, and social services that promote social and economic justice. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by charter of said city, do hereby proclaim this month of March 2025 as National Social Work Month in the City of Brownsville. Be it there resolved, the residents of Brownsville are encouraged to join the National Association of Social Workers in recognition of the numerous contributions made by America's social workers and recognizing their essential role in shaping the future of our community. Done on this 4th day of March 2025.
Go ahead and go to the next. And the second proclamation we have today is Bleeding
Myra,
Disorders
Myra.
Awareness.
He's going to
I'm
say a few words. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? You just made a mistake of giving a Puerto Rican a microphone. So my name is Luis Torres Ostos, and I'm the founding dean of the School of Social Work at UTRGV, and I'm here with several of our faculty members and one of our students. And so it's a real honor. Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council, for recognizing the phenomenal work that we're doing in partnership with you here in Brownsville. I just wanted to say a couple of quick things. The first, the theme of this year, so the National Association of Social Workers is the entity that launches Social Work Month every year, and every year there's a different theme. This year it's compassion with action. And the action is very clear. Social workers are action-driven. Social work is an action profession. In fact, social workers often jump in before they're even thinking. They see a need and they address it. And later we figure out how we're going to make those changes sustainable. The compassion thing they added this year, because not just because we're always compassionate, because compassion right now is in short supply. Our communities have lots of resilience and lots of strength, but there's also a lot of pain in our communities, and we have to start with compassion. I also wanted to say very quickly that in the last 3 semesters, we have placed a total of 54 bachelor's students and 67 master's students to do their internships. Each of them does a 500-hour internship in agencies in Cameron County. That's a phenomenal impact in terms of the financial impact. I remind you all that most of these field practicums are unpaid in smaller agencies, but also wonderful learning opportunities for our students that when they graduate, they're going to go and work at these same communities. And then finally, in a couple of weeks, next Wednesday, the 12th, is our conference. Every year we have a conference for Social Work Month, and we alternate locations between Edinburgh and Brownsville, and this year it's going to be in Brownsville. So it is Wednesday the 12th. The conference is going to be Compassion and Action with Vulnerable Populations on the campus here in the Gran Salon. So Circulating a lot of flyers and information about it. Join us. We have a phenomenal lineup, and it's our pleasure to continue partnering with the city of Brownsville. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now moving on to the second proclamation, which is a Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month.
Someone here for you. Come on up. It's a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and supporting Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month. Whereas the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville are proud to commemorate March 2025 as Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month in the state, and whereas this designation will formalize and expand upon the designation 38 years ago of March 1986 as Hemophilia Awareness Month by President Ronald Reagan. And whereas the Federal Department of Health and Human Services designated March as National Bleeding Disorders Month in perpetuity. And whereas the Texas Legislature designated March as Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month in perpetuity, and these bleeding disorders, which share the inability to form a proper blood clot, are characterized by extended bleeding after injury, surgery, trauma, or menstruation, and can lead to significant morbidity and can be fatal if not treated effectively. Many individuals with hemophilia became infected with HIV and hepatitis C in the 1980s due to the contamination of the blood supply and blood products. This Awareness Month in Brownsville will generate greater awareness and understanding not only of hemophilia, but of all inheritable bleeding disorders, including von Willebrand's disease, which alone impacts an estimated 1 to 2% of the U.S. population, or more than 3.2 million individuals. This Awareness Month will foster a greater sense of community and shared purpose among individuals with all inheritable bleeding disorders, and will elevate awareness of and engagement in the inheritable bleeding disorders journey beyond our community to the general public, enabling the prevention of illness, unnecessary procedures, and disability. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by the virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby recognize and support Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month for the month of March in Brownsville, Texas. Be it further resolved that residents of Brownsville encourage all residents to learn more about bleeding disorders, support those affected, and participate in efforts to raise awareness and improve healthcare access for individuals with these conditions. Done on this, the 4th day of March, 2025, signed by the Mayor and the City Commission.
We just want to say thank you for taking us in mind. My son here, he has hemophilia. So it's very important for other people to know what it's about because not a lot of people know. So sometimes they get scared or, sometimes we feel a little off because they look at us a little weird, but it's nothing bad. It's just something special that my son has and others like him in his community have. But thank you for your time and thank you for taking us in mind. Thank you.
Next, we will proceed to the city manager's update. which is the recognition by the Special Olympics Texas RGV.
So Chief Salceda, you want to, I'll speak to really quickly, but if you want to start, I'll let you
I
start.
can start.
Go ahead.
No problem. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am Lauro Garza, the Director for Special Olympics Texas, Rio Grande Valley. If you're not familiar, we serve children and adults with intellectual disabilities in sports competitions, health programming, and unified programming. And totally, altogether, it's about 50,000 students that are intellectually disabled and non-intellectually disabled. And Brownsville ISD being the largest delegation that we have in the Rio Grande Valley is actually one of the largest in the state. And so all these competitions, they cost, they cost money. We need resources and we need equipment to purchase. And we cannot do it without the assistance of people like Chief Salceda, who has helped us since he became a police chief. And we have raised here in Brownsville over $25,000 for our athletes. Like I said, it goes to equipment and facilities and all kinds of needs that come up, snacks, things like that. And so we just wanted to give a small token of our appreciation to Chief Salceda. I don't know if you want to stand up, you can sit there, whatever you like, but a small token of our appreciation for all the help he's given us throughout the years. And it's a little plaque for us with our logo on it. Here you go, sir. Thank you very much.
If I may, I just want to thank Special Olympics at the Brownsville Police Department. We don't do anything, expecting anything in return. One of our missions and objectives when we took over our organization was to make sure that we balance the joys of life, if you would, right, with those individuals most in need. And I think we've proven it. So we're going to continue to serve. We have a caring theme of service from the heart. That's something that was born with us, and we're going to continue to do so. Thank you all.
The X item, item number 2 is it. Oh, it's the third one. Is to update on soliciting on city property, including the right-of-way, ROW, in the downtown area.
Mayor, City Commissioners, standing beside me is Lieutenant Sergio Perez. He's in charge of Special Investigations Unit and is also assigned to the writing and submission of Police Department grants in coordination with the City Grants and Community Development Unit. There's 6 items on the consent agenda. He wrote them all, so I brought him up here just in case one of you guys pulls the things, he can discuss it. So when did you put a face to the name? This is an update for the enforcement of the downtown solicitors, namely the car washers. Just to go over some relevant dates, on February 6th, the Police Department Bike Patrol Unit, along with their supervisor, Sergeant Jesus Oveda, met with the Public Works Stormwater Units and Code Enforcement to discuss the issue and formulate a plan of action. Okay. We also worked with legal department who determined that the car washers were in violation of city ordinance, which we could use as a enforcement tool. Throughout the month of February, our bike patrol, public works, and code enforcement walked the downtown streets, together contacting the car washers and informing them of the city ordinance. We contacted approximately 30 individuals over the month who washed cars in the downtown area. After the interaction with the team, most of the contacts understood and complied and left the area. We ended up issuing 2 citations to individuals who had previously been warned on several occasions. It's interesting to note that the car washers were using the outside water faucet from a city building, as well as a fire hydrant located at 10th and St. Charles for their water supply. These issues have been addressed by internal services. Overall, we have significantly reduced downtown solicitation, and we will continue to monitor the situation. And that's the end of the report. Questions? Comments?
Thank you, Commander.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
We appreciate your efforts and attention to this matter. Thank you.
The next item is to celebrate the Procurement Professionals Day.
Mayor and Commission, Alan Gar, Deputy City Manager, CFO, and Interim Procurement Director right now. The Procurement Department is very, very important to the mission of the city. They make sure that taxpayer money gets spent effectively. They have processes in place that ensure all the vendors in town feel like they have a fair shot when they're city business. And that's very important to the trust that our community has for city operations. So we wanted to take an opportunity to celebrate Procurement Professionals Day as March 12th and recognize the staff that carries this mission out very effectively for the commission and our taxpayers.
Mhm. Yeah, that's why I said those. The consent agenda items. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. If I may, I just wanted to thank you and thank city leadership for recognizing the work of procurement professionals today. As you may know, the procurement department works across all city departments to ensure that Brownsville has what it needs to serve its community, whether it's essential services, public safety resources, or projects that improve daily life. Procurement isn't about just purchasing. It's about problem solving, teamwork, and making a real impact. I wanted to also take a moment to acknowledge our incredible team for their hard work and dedication. I'm very proud to work alongside all of you. Thank you.
The consent agenda items. Mayor and City Commissioners, that item number 11 has been requested to be pulled by City Manager and our City Attorney.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd also like to pull number 1.
I had one more, please. The bus stop one. Where is it?
Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5, please.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve 2 through 4, 6 through 16.
10,
No, 10?
6 through 10, and then 12 through 16.
6 through 10, and then 12 through 16.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
On the minutes, Mayor, for the minutes of February 4th, under executive session, item number 3, or possible action on the items in executive session for the appointment of Mark Horowitz to Paseo de la Resaca. I believe I seconded that motion. I don't think I made the motion. I remember to appoint Mark Horowitz?
And I second.
Okay, that works. Well, no, it's showing that I made the motion and Brian seconded. Okay, that works. I'll move to approve number 1.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And on number 5, do we have where those are going?
Can you repeat that?
On number 5, do you know where the bus stops are going?
We have verified, or we have identified some locations. However, they have not been surveyed yet to identify right away.
Okay.
That's our
Like,
next
Are
step.
you splitting them in districts, or how are you doing it?
Yes, we're looking into throughout the city in each district.
And this is the second lot of them, basically, right? We have
Yeah.
one more lot left?
Yes, this particular one is for phase 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Would
we
this
have-
be 60 or would this be 90 already?
This will be 59.
59, this would be 60 with this one. So we're missing one more, I think. Was it 80 some?
I can't.
Was it 80 some, the ones that we had?
Yeah, so we had 17 for phase 2 and then another 29, so 59 total.
And do we have another
we
phase?
No, it's only 3 phases.
Okay.
We had to reduce to 29 due to the cost of the shelter.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah. Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Yeah, so do you want to read item 11?
Yes, item 11 is a consideration and the approval on the second final reading on ordinance number 2024-223D to amend chapter 86 streets, sidewalks, and certain other public places to adopt the right-of-way ROW of the management and the regulations, including the provisions for the closure of streets, encroachment, and amend the master fee schedule to include said fees for the private use of the right-of-way, an encroachment, a license fee, and a fee for the private use of the right-of-way for special events.
Yeah, so Mayor and the City Commission, thank you for pulling this item. This item was pulled. There were some additional last-minute changes that PUB wanted to make. We met with them and we were agreeable with the changes. It essentially clarifies what our intent has always been, which this is not applicable to the city itself or PUB. There is another section in chapter 86 where this is going to be a separate article. There's another couple of areas within chapter 86 that's already applicable to the city and PUB. And so we do have staff here from PUB. If there's any additional questions that y'all might have. And as they come up to the podium, I just wanted to, from the first reading to now, the additional changes do take in consideration Commissioner Villarreal's request to have the encroachment ability for restaurants and sidewalks, and then also the ability to charge a fee for special events.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Juan Pequeño here, a local counsel for Brownsville Public Utilities Board. Yeah, we did correspond with the City Attorney's Office to make some edits to the proposed language. And so we support the adoption of the language as edited and submitted. And we appreciate the City Attorney's Office and City Management working with us to address those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Pequeño. Any questions or comments from the commission?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
So if you would, the motion would be to approve as amended, since we do have an amended version in front of you.
I'll move to approve as amended.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve as amended. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The public hearing, item number one is a public hearing in action on the following billboard sign applications to request a review of a sign application to allow a dual face, a digital billboard at the property located at the following locations. One, application ID number 2024-06593 at the property located at 6458 East Padre Island Highway in Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 2, and application ID number 2024-07263 at the property located at 3810 Express Highway 77, North Frontage Road in Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit B, District 3.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Similar to the previous meeting, I will provide some history on the billboard lighting study. And I'd like to begin by stating that at the previous meeting, it was established that the billboard pilot program effectively ended on December 31st of 2024. Under those parameters, there were 2 applications that were still pending and that are going to be presented this evening with the assistance of our third-party consultant. So again, on January 21st, at that meeting, we did present an original set of 8 billboard applications where these were approved. Now the 2 pending items, one from Media Choice and one from Chatterbox Ads, are going to be presented this evening. And I'm going to hand off the presentation to our third-party consultant, Mr. Dan Koss.
Hello, good evening. This is going to be a follow-up to the presentation I gave a couple months ago. It's following the same evaluation and recommended metrics to evaluating billboards that we reviewed last time. It's just applied to 2 new locations. It was pretty straightforward. If we'll go on to the next slide, if we could, please. Just to kind of summarize a very brief abstract of what we discussed. The proposed data for these billboards should include site plan, including right-of-way, sign, viewing angles, the zoning of the property and adjacent properties that can be evaluated, sign plans and elevations, including electrical and lighting control equipment. The city very much preferred, or the discussion amongst the city was they very much preferred dusk to dawn control, not by time schedule. And then to include contact information and recommend inclusion of contact information for the signs. Next slide, please. We've got one of the site plans, 6458 Padre Island Highway. The red pin shows where this proposed sign is. The next one is, we can go to the next one, 3810 Expressway 77. The red pin again shows where the proposed sign is. And then we can go to the results. We reviewed and evaluated it exactly the same as we did the other signs that we've discussed. The zoning evaluated based on the zoning for the sign location proper. The first one, there is lighting zone 1 as established in the current lighting ordinances within viewing of that sign. So the applicable lighting zone would be lighting zone 1. That's regulating the luminance that's produced by that sign. The other one is in lighting zone 3, and the only zones within viewing distance of that sign are lighting zone 3. Stays lighting zone 3. Pretty straightforward. The only thing to note of these is one of these is a static traditional vinyl sign that has lights that shine onto the vinyl sign. I will say that the way that we recommended and we reviewed the regulation of these signs is luminance. So the sign coming, or the light coming off of the sign, that is still applied directly to This type of sign, however much light is reflected off of that vinyl sign, is the luminance produced by it enforced and regulated much the same way. No technical difference in that light versus a self-illuminated sign. That was the only thing that was slightly different than the others, but did not change how we reviewed that. With that, both of these signs meet the recommendations and are capable of being controlled with the limited luminance recommended in the previous discussions. And both of them would be compliant. And I think that's it. Next slide is my contact information, and I would be happy to answer any questions or talk more nerdy lighting stuff if anybody wants.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cos. Any questions or comments from the commission on this item? All right, this is until after.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have to.
It's a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Oh, my bad.
So this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Move to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. I just have a motion carries. We have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I have a couple of just brief questions. Martin, the two items that we're discussing right now, they qualified under the 2024 timeframe that we put last time?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Can you clarify for me, because I went back to review our footage from last meeting, and in there, there's one complete, when we were talking about it, we said there was one complete and one incomplete application at that time, and that was January 21st meeting.
Well, they were incomplete for the technical requirements for consultant. However, the base documentation that the city required when the pilot originated, they were complete. Actually, one was initiated on August and the other one was initiated on October, and both of them were completed by, well, one in September and one in November.
Perfect. I just wanted the clarity because, as you guys know, I have been totally against billboards in Brownsville, and I'm glad to see finally putting this project to rest. I'm pretty sure that I see the smile on your face too, because this is not something that, again, I would hope that we don't have a billboard thing here anytime soon. But I want to thank you and your team for all the work you put in for researching lumens, how to make sure that whatever we're putting up for Brownsville. I made the comments last meeting that we do care about our business community, but at the same time, you know, I'm one that really believes in the beautification of our city. And I see a lot of cities, I'm not going to name them, but that there are billboards everywhere. And I would hate for Brownsville to become that in the future. So thank you and your team for that and the clarification so that we can and so that we can put the project to rest, because I know there's a lot of people who have called who are wondering how these people got in, right? And how they didn't. And I just wanted to make sure that we clarify it for the people watching and for the record.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
I have one more comment. I think about a month and a half ago, we had a visitor go to your office and stated about his two applications.
Right.
Those were never submitted at all. Was he asked not to submit, or was he just didn't submit, or how did that happen?
No, staff just provided him the information, same as all other applicants. Acela, as we've mentioned here at all meetings, Acela is an open platform. Anyone can submit whenever they want. We did mention to the applicant that we would not act on those applications until we receive guidance from the commission. However, they could submit at any point in time. To this date, we haven't submitted, or we haven't received submittal.
So he could have submitted, he just didn't, and these other ones, September, October, they submitted. And
Right, because they were following the program since the very beginning, and we're trying to be part of it.
Okay, he mentioned that he had the applications from the state. Did you ever see those?
No.
No. All right, thank you.
Any further comments from the commission?
And just to piggyback off the comment, just so that everyone's clear in the public, with these two that are before you, these are the last applications that we are aware of, right? That have actually been submitted through Acela. Because the pilot program has expired now, right? And so without commission's direction or action, any additional applications that might come in now, right? Because you can submit an application through Acela for whatever. But because we don't have that pilot program in place, they would be rejected and not brought before you all. And so I just want to make that clear so there's no misunderstanding.
Thank you, Will. So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
You have one nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Items for individual consideration. Item number 1 is the consideration and action to approve the resolution number 2025-033 to apply and execute the documents related to the U.S. Department of Commerce and the Economic Development Administration, EDA, under the Public Works and the Economic Adjustments Assistance, PWEAA, program for the Marina and Industrial Park project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commission. My name is Efren Trujillo from Grants and Community Development Department. Today we have a resolution 2025-033, which is basically outlining an application that we plan to submit under the EDA program, the Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Program. A little bit of overview of the program itself. The EDA intends with this program to support economic development through initiatives like planning, technical assistance, infrastructure construction. Also, enhancing and focusing regional growth and by funding community-driven projects with emphasis on equity, workforce development, climate change, resiliency. The EDA goal is to advance economic prosperity in distressed communities through sustainable, innovative solutions. Some of the priorities from EDA is equity, recovery and resilience, workforce development, manufacturing, technology-based economic development, environmental sustainable development, export and foreign direct investment. So for this grant application, we intend to submit an application for $2 million. This is for the Marina Industrial Park project. Currently, it's an open application. There's not a deadline for it. As we're distressed, we're eligible for 80% reimbursement and a 20% match. As we are going to be sponsors, we are doing a public-private partnership. We have Mr. Gonzalez from SITE, which is going to be the developer for this project. We also are going to be outlining some of the mechanism and responsibility for this project itself. Once we get awarded, we have Mr. Rene with us. He could give us more details of the actual project. Any questions you all may have, he's here to assist.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Rene Javier Gonzalez. I handle new business development and marketing at CIDE Binational Industrial Solutions. CIDE was established in 1999 and for over 25 years has developed over 1 million square feet of industrial space all over Mexico. Primarily in Matamoros, where we have been developing Los Palmares Industrial Park in the northwestern corridor of Matamoros. Our 3 tenants there are all automotive parts manufacturers, and in some cases have even requested that we develop industrial facilities elsewhere, such as in Irapuato, Guanajuato, and currently in Santa Catarina, Nuevo León. So while CIDE has been very successful with our industrial developments in Mexico, we've been very eager to apply our same methodology to similar industrial developments in Brownsville. CIDE acquired these 100 acres in 2005, and we've been patiently waiting for the planets to align, so to speak. We are all too happy to say that that day has finally arrived. CIDE is now developing phase 1 of Marina Industrial Park alongside the booming industrial corridor of FM 511 and SH 550. Phase 1 of Marina Industrial Park consists of ultimately developing 5 industrial facilities, 4 of which will be 150,000 square feet each, and a smaller facility at 140,000 square feet. This totals 740,000 square feet of industrial space. The first of which, Marina 1, is designed to be a multi-tenant industrial facility that is easily modified. We've been very fortunate that all of our current tenants have leased our buildings in their entirety versus a prospect leasing a portion with opportunities of future expansion. However, in the Brownsville market, we're betting more on our facilities being used primarily for warehousing and distribution centers versus production spaces like in Matamoros. Either way, we can easily add or remove docks or ramps at the behest of our clients. Light manufacturing is also a possibility, though as I mentioned, all of our preliminary discussions with potential prospects are more on the warehousing side. We're expecting to break ground in the next few months, followed by the urbanization and earthworks over the summer. Construction of Marina 1 is expected to initiate by early fall, and we expect construction to be completed in a little less than a year. I'd like to applaud the City of Brownsville for the invaluable insights and assistance in helping realize this long-standing project. The collaborative spirit of City Manager Helen Ramirez, City Commissioner Roy de los Santos, and City Commissioner Tino Villarreal, as well as the fantastic team at GBIC. Thank you for your time and see you at the groundbreaking.
Congratulations.
It's for your consideration and action.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Board appointments. Item 1 is a consideration and action on resolution number 2025-020 to appoint or reappoint members to the Special Needs Advisory Board, SNAP, to fill existing vacancies.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commission, and the city manager, as well as honored guest. We have a position open for the SNAP board, as they just mentioned. It's coming out of District 4. And so today we're looking for an appointee for that position, sir.
I'd like to nominate Susan Perez.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Executive session. Mayor Cowan, may we proceed to executive session?
Yes, please. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The executive session number 1 is the closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.072 related to 163-24-PKS-RFP in the City of Brownsville Parks Master Plan. Item number 2 is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, related to the city's bonds, covenants, and MOU with BPUB. Item 3 is the closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.071, related to Project Act. Item number 4 is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.071, related to the VIC Development Project. The city commissioners will convene into executive session at 6:03 p.m.
know there's a 10:30 something that gets there like at 11:30, 45 minutes.
Mayor, may we convene into regular? May we reconvene from executive session to open session?
Yes, please.
The time is 8:38. Are there any possible actions on any items as discussed in executive session?
Papers.
Yes, we have one action item.
You want to read that, Myra, before the motion?
Item number one is the consideration and action, if any, to approve the resolution number 2025-034 in regarding the multipurpose arena to be constructed in Cameron County.
Mayor, I'll move to approve resolution number 2025-034 as amended during our discussion in executive session.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
In adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion,
Second.
second to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Meeting adjourned.
Oh, that's right. Have fun. Is it gonna be cold?
Executive session, I put the agreement, so we need.
Yeah. Yes.